Meow. I'm hungry. I'm gonna make breakfast. La, la, la. Yeah. It should work now on 1080p. Meow, meow, meow. Actually, I actually banned someone yesterday for mentioning my stream quality. Someone came in and was like 720p. Like 720p, lol. And I banned him. Oh, you're lucky, Oliver, that you're funny. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna take a little break and get some food. Hey, it's not dinner time. That's a lie. Making breakfast. I mean, I was already informed. It was like, it was a choice. Also, I wasn't sure about, like, okay, when I set up the Linux OBS, I just copied all of my um settings from the Mac and then made like little tweaks for the. But honestly, that's actually another area that I wish I understood better. I don't really understand stuff like bitrate or whatever. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get food. Yeah. found that a lot of things said it would be helpful to have at least a foundational knowledge of programming before SICP. So I haven't given up the book at all, not even a little bit. I haven't given it up, but I do think I could use some more fundamentals at least. So, yeah, I want to try at least an intro, maybe. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Yeah. And I picked Python because I have the most. Okay, because a lot of people have recommended it. They say, they say it's a good language for beginners. I have the most prior experience with it, so I'm a little bit familiar. Um, and there's a lot of resources that use Python, and I didn't want to do JavaScript. At least not right now. At least, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So, whatever. I'm gonna try it. I'm not gonna marry a language too early before I know what I can do with them, but I figure it's better to start somewhere. Also, yeah, there are tons and tons and tons of tutorials with Python. It's one of the most popular languages. It's better than JavaScript anyway. I mean, I mean, I'm just mad because JavaScript is used to spy on me so much. You know, JavaScript is like, yeah, the devil's favorite language. Um, but before I do that, did I eat my food now? I did make eggs, but I don't have a croissant, unfortunately. I'm gonna watch some Steins Gate. Wah, wah, wah. Gonna mute myself as well. Fun to do hacky stuff with. It's so insecure, you can hack it to do things. I see. Yeah. So cute. So cute. So cute. Oh. Cute. Meow. Meow. Mm. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay, that's enough of that. Wow, I finished that episode. Wow, 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 wow. This. Yeah, we're gonna need. And then I'm gonna need music. Please, 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 please. I'm not a bot. I promise I'm not a bot. Okay, we were on data types. Meow, meow, meow. A core job of most programming languages. Wait, let me. Don't feel like red. Okay, maybe we do instrumental music. Let me find some piano. Down. Nope. Ah. The core job of most programming languages is dealing with data. Everything you do in a computer program involves data in some way. Data in any programming language has different data types. Data types help programmers and their programs determine what they can and cannot do with a given piece of data. This chapter takes a quick tour of Python's basic data types. Everything you do in Python involves data and data types. Everything with a value in Python is said to be an object. Furthermore, each object has an associated data type, or concisely type, which has an associated class. For instance, the objects 42 and 123 are instances of the integer type, i.e., that is the int class. Similarly, the values true and false are instances of the Boolean type, i.e., the bool class. In Python, the terms object and value can be used interchangeably, as can the term class and data type and type. We will use them that way too. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Data types. Python has a large number of built-in data types compared to many other languages. Integers, floats, Boolean strings, ranges, tuples, lists, dictionary sets, frozen, functions, none type. Okay, so integers, int class, numerics category, they're primitive and not mutable. Floats are also numerics category and primitive, not mutable. And bool and string. Okay, booleans and text sequences. I don't know what kind means. I don't know what primitive and non-primitive mean yet. I also don't really understand what mutable means. Ranges and tuples are sequences that are non-primitive and not mutable, but lists are sequences that are mutable. Dictionaries are mappings, and they are mutable. And then you have sets and frozen sets. And functions are non-primitive, mutable. This table shows just a fraction of the available data types. In this book, you will learn about all these types. The first 4 data types are Python's so-called primitive types. Primitive types are the most fundamental data types in a language. That was integers, floats, Boolean, and strings, right? Int, float, Boolean, string, yeah, for the... Okay, just wanted to see if I remembered. Almost all data in a language is built up from these primitive types. For instance, the sequence and mapping types may include primitives and complex types built from those primitives. Some programmers think of none as a primitive type, but that's debatable. We're agnostic on the matter. The sequences, mappings, and sets are all non-primitive types. In particular, they are also called collection types, since each collects multiple items in a single object. We'll refer to these types as collections. Though functions are non-primitives, they are not collections. Okay, that's why it's in this, like, questionable group. I see, I see, I see, I see. The final column of the table shows which types are mutable and which are not. Mutable types are types whose objects can be altered after they are created. So, for example, we can add, remove, and replace elements in a list. Immutable types can't be altered after creation. Instead, you must create a new object with a different value. We'll explore this distinction and its subtleties in greater detail in Variables as Pointers chapter. In this chapter, we'll focus on the primitive types. However, we'll also make a nodding acquaintance with the non-primitive types. First, though, let's talk about literals, then we'll meet the first primitive types. Hmm. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. How did I pay it? Okay, Launch School has a paid portion, but they have an open bookshelf that's free. I'm using their open bookshelf. They also have like a prep work part of the program that's free that I haven't really done. I've done some of the reading in that prep work, but I've never finished it. But yeah, I'm not paying for it, and I don't think I will be able to pay for it. It's way too expensive. But I do like their methodology, so I don't mind checking out um their books. I'm a fan of the methodology. I'm a fan of the founder. I think he's a good buddy. He's not my buddy. I don't know him personally. I just like it. Also, it looks like Odyssey is finally working now. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Objects are values, I think. And they have an associated type or class. So, is every primitive in Python an object? Um, I feel like I should too. Yeah, go for it. I just like him, Fiste. I'm just a fan. Okay, let's see. Um, girl. Okay, I'll tell you a little bit more about why, because maybe it matters to someone. So, I think in this world, it's really commonplace to have people want to do things now, fast, quicker, right now, yesterday. Everyone's in a rush. People want to like skip steps and hack their way to the top, or like, you know, some sort of thing like that. And the founder, I could really resonate with him because he he believes that people who do that can sometimes luck out, but the luck eventually can run out, and that there's value in the slow, smooth process of learning a skill to mastery instead of only doing sort of kind of like just in time learning with a lot of gaps in the knowledge. Um, and yeah, in a time when it was really popular for all these coding boot camps to pop up that were like, oh, become a full stack engineer in 3 months. His program was one that's not a boot camp, and it doesn't pretend that, in a matter of weeks, in a small amount of time, you're going to truly be an engineer. You might learn a lot or enough to like get by, or and now times are changing because we have, because there's AI and all that. I think we'll see even more of this where there's like a fundamental difference probably between people that can um that people can people who can uh cut and paste things together to get the work done, and people who understand the work. That fits what I saw on the site. You got to go through all the steps. Yeah. So I'm a real fan of his like mindset and his vision. Is it school debt? Yeah, it's mostly college debt. It's mostly student loan debt. Anyway, anyway, meow meow meow. I wanted to do this program years ago though, but the same reason that I have now, I put it off because I'm like, I can't afford it. But I've kept it on like, in the back of my mind for a long time now. So, and yeah, I think that, so two things. I think their open bookshelf is pretty good, really generous, but also like you can kind of sort of learn through their methodology without paying for the course if you find like you follow the curriculum and self-teach. I feel like if you pay for it, what you're paying for more than the content is like the assessments, having a community, having help or whatever. I think you shouldn't just train for years and get hands-on experience applying your knowledge. I'm not saying, I don't think he said anything about that, but um one of the things is that so that's what I like though. What I like about Launch School and Chris, the founder, is that I think the commonplace belief is that you just kind of get in there and you wing it and you learn on the job. But there's this technological debt that can really rack up when you do that. And some programmers and some developers, some engineers are diligent enough that they can go back and fill in their gaps, but a lot of them can get really really far without ever filling in those knowledge gaps. And in a similar way, it's sort of like there's a reason why you trust, in air quotes, you know, why you trust your physician over, um, a nurse. And it's that training, right? And I'm not saying that all of the training is adequate because there's always more to learn, even in, especially in medicine. But we can recognize that there's a fundamental difference between a physician and a nurse. But the same kind of thing is probably true for programmers and engineers. It's omnipresent. Every single line of code you write will eventually become tech debt. Okay, maybe I'm using the term inappropriately. Yeah, maybe I'm using that terminology incorrectly because I'm not part of it. But yeah. There's a big difference between being able to write code and another to understand what happens in the memory. Seems like getting paper stamped is the goal of a lot of colleges. That's true too. I think that universities and programs, it really depends on the course and whatnot, but a lot of it can be about like, proving that you can follow directions and attain a grade and jump through hoops, but that's a different thing than knowing something deeply. I know a very suspicious nurse. I wasn't hating on nurses. I was just saying that yeah, edu training matters. I would say training more than education, but also education, but definitely training. I think there's like a reason why some things, take a while. But anyway, I don't think it applies to everything. But and then at the end of the day, right? So someone who does know nothing but then just throws himself in, um tries making things, breaking things, doing things, whatever, they will probably have a lot more success than someone who spends all of their time learning and never applying. But again, I think what else I like about it though is that so much of the mentality is like, oh, you should be learning a thing so that you can do something with it. Like everything has to be on efficiency, everything has to be about the outcome. And honestly, do I want my outcome to change? Of course, I want my outcome to change. But I also understand I could die next week. I could die tomorrow. I could die in 10 years. I could die. I don't know when. I don't know when my life will be over, but I know that it will be over eventually. So instead of focusing on what are the what are the cheat codes so that I can get some outcome, I want to focus on how do I want to live my life every day? How do I want to spend my time? And I find this sort of like slow learning is much more rewarding to me than jumping through hoops that, someone else designed for me, like in school or in a job. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that it's okay to want riches, and it's okay to want to do things even if it's not going to lead to riches. It's okay to want to just live your life. A cope a day keeps the rope away. That's all of this is just me coping with my failure. Anyway, continue. Yeah. Yeah. Meow. You're circling all the right ideas. It's mostly a wording organization issue, not a conceptual one. Let's tease it apart, then I'll suggest how you might tighten your answer. From the chapter, everything with a value in Python is said to be an object. Each object has a data type or type with which has an associated class. Primitive types so far are int, float, bool, string, and none, which is debatable. So, is every primitive in Python an object? Yes. A primitive is just one of the basic data types. Int, float, bool, string. Values of these types are still objects. For example, 42 is an int object, high is a string object. In the book's terms, every primitive value has a value, therefore is an object. Is every object in Python a primitive? No. There are many non-primitive types: lists, dicts, sets, tuples, ranges, functions. Those are still objects, just not primitive ones. For example, 1, 2, 3 is a list object. A1 is a dictionary object. So the key distinction: object is the big umbrella, everything with a value. Primitive is the small subset of objects, int, float, bool, string. Where your draft is on track, you correctly recall that something that has a value is an object. You correctly notice if strings and dictionaries are both objects, that there must be primitive objects like string and non-primitive objects like dictionary. That's the right conclusion. You are right to be suspicious of the idea that maybe non-primitives are not objects. According to the chapter, they are objects too. Where I'd clean up the wording. Instead of every primitive is an object, you can confidently say every primitive value is an object. Make the subset relationship explicit. All primitives are objects, but not all objects are primitives. I'm not going to read the polished version. Okay, thank you. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Literals. You can use literals to represent most data type values. A literal is any syntactic notation that lets you directly represent an object in source code. For instance, all of the following are literals in Python. um, uh, Hello world is a string. 3.141592 is a float. Pi. True. Bool. Dict. List. Tuple. That. Not all objects have literal forms. In those cases, we use the type constructor to create objects of the type. Not all objects have literal forms. We use the type constructor to create objects of the type. For instance, range of numbers, range from, okay, set, frozen set. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Numeric values. Numeric values represent numbers. Numbers can be added, subtracted, multiplied, and divided, and can be used in a wide variety of mathematical operations. Python also supports other numeric types, such as complex, decimal, and fractional numbers. Some programming languages treat integers and floating point numbers as a single numeric data type. Python uses different data types to represent numbers. Let's talk about integers first. Integers. The integer data type represents integers or whole numbers, -3, -2, etc. Integers do not have a fractional or decimal part. Note that you can't use commas or periods for grouping either. Or you can't use periods for grouping. Neither 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, nor 1, 2, 3, period, okay, is valid. Instead, you can write the number without separators or break up the number with underscores. That's interesting. I didn't know that. There is no predefined limit to the size of an integer. You can have integers with as many digits as will fit in memory, though you may not be able to do much with them. Consider the expression 3 plus 2. When we execute this code, how many literals are involved? How many integers are involved? Explain why. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, Kitty. Someday, maybe. I was reading something yesterday on Reddit. I know I'm not supposed to be on there, but I was anyway. And a guy was like, I think he was in Wall Street Bets. He was trying to decide if he should. Actually, no, I don't remember which. I don't remember which subreddit it is, but someone was talking about like whether or not they should invest or pay off debt, and then a lot of people. It wasn't Wall Street Bets. It was some thread about like some thread about yeah the state of the economy, and someone was saying like you should invest instead of paying off your debts because if the value of the dollar, blah blah blah, if it plummets, then your debt might not have much worth, but your assets may still retain some worth. And then there was just a lot of people who had a lot of things to say about that idea. And I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about that too, where like if instead of a savings account, I put every penny I've ever earned into Monero, for example, um, I'd be closer to paying off my debts, that's for sure. Maybe not close enough to actually paying it off, but a little bit closer. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. Okay. When they execute the code, how many literals are involved? Man, 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 man. I think some people believe that I'm streaming to get out of debt. I'm not streaming to get out of debt. I'm streaming my choices, if that makes sense, on the way out. Yeah, I don't if I wanted to stream to get out of debt, you're right. I should try to make stream more entertaining to draw a larger crowd, but that's not my goal. My goal isn't to compete with all the entertainment. My goal is not to be entertaining, so honestly, I'm not worried about it. Yeah. I think that the people who find themselves here, it's okay if they like it, it's okay if they don't like it. It's okay if they visit a while, it's okay if they, you know, never visit again, whatever. The other another way to think about it is why does this stream need to be more entertaining? There's so many other streams to watch. If you don't like this one, you just go watch another one. You know? Why does a study stream need to be entertaining when there's plenty of other entertainment out there? I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't need to be. It's hard though. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I think something I struggle with is mm, not getting diverted by chat. Yeah, neurodetergent, that is kind of the idea. It's like body doubling. You can work on things together. But anyway, I don't really want to talk about this anymore. Meow, 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 meow. Hmm. I answered this one already. This one. Maybe are integers not a literal? Represent most data type values. A literal is any syntactic notation that lets you directly represent an object in source code. Syntactic notation that lets you represent an object. I don't really understand this, but not all objects have literal forms. Meow, 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 meow. You're asking the right questions. It's meant to push you to separate what's written in the code from what exists when the code runs. A literal is a notation that lets you represent an object in the source code. Literals are about syntax in the source code. Objects, like integers, are values at runtime. Given the expression, think about each part the question is asking. How many literals are involved? In the source code, we see 3 and 2. Both of these are integer literals, even though the examples list floats, strings, etc. Integers absolutely have literals too. Execution doesn't create new literals. Literals only exist as text in the program. The number of literals is 2. How many are involved when we execute the code? 3 plus 2. We have the integer value 3, the integer value 2, and the result of the addition. Number of integers, values, or objects involved is 3. Where your answer is close and where it goes off, you wrote there are 2 literals before the code and 1 after. Okay, we don't gain a new literal when we run the code. 5 is not written anywhere, so it's not a literal. 5 is a new integer value that appears at runtime. And you're right to suspect the question is testing the distinction between literal syntax and value objects at runtime, not trying to trick you about integers themselves. Floats. The floating point data type represents floating point numbers, aka real numbers. Floating point numbers include integers and numbers with digits after the decimal point. As with integers, you can't use commas or periods for grouping. Neither 42,348,912.346 nor the equivalent with periods is valid. You can write the number with a single decimal point or break up the number with underscores. Working with big and small floats. This section is optional. You probably won't need this information unless you're working on a math or science intensive application. In theory, floats can represent any number with or without a decimal point. In practice, there are limits that can be looked up in sys.floatinfo module as follows. The maximum number of digits that can accurately be presented, print sysfloat info, typically 15. I'll just try it. The largest possible positive float value about 1.8 times 10 to the 308. The smallest non-zero positive float value Don't worry about memorizing those values. Note that the 10n, 10 to the n, where n is positive, represents a 1 followed by n zeros. Thus, 10 to the 308 is a 1 followed by 308 zeros, a truly enormous number. On the other hand, 10 to the negative n is equivalent to the reciprocal of 10 to the n, 1 over 10 to the n. Thus, 10 to the negative 308 is a truly minuscule number. Python prints extremely large and small floats using scientific notation. You can read the E20 as meaning 10 to the 20th power, and e negative 20 is the reciprocal of 10 to the 20th power. You can use scientific notation when writing float literals. That's good to know. I didn't know that you could do that. It's worth pointing out that these floating point issues are not present when working with integers. Integers can be as small or large as you want, provided they fit in memory. Furthermore, integers don't get printed with scientific notation. If you want to use scientific notation to write a large integer, you must use the int function to convert the number to an integer. That's so strange. I wonder why for the 29th it gives like 1.199999999. What's the other ones give? Like 1.2. It's really interesting to me. Anyway. Meow, 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 meow. Can every reasonably small integer be represented as a float? For integers that fit within the float's precision, roughly 15 digits, they can be represented exactly as a float. Because floats can represent any whole number perfectly, as long as it doesn't exceed their precision. Can every reasonably small float be represented as an integer? No, in general, many floats have fractional parts. An int must be a whole number. If you convert such a float to an int, you change the value by truncating. That's exactly what I said, but with more words. Precision and fractional parts. You're right that you would lose the meaning. That's the argument for why not every float can be represented as an int. You like, don't want to play this game. Variables and assignment. Most programming languages use something called variables. Variables are merely names used to identify values, that is, data. In fact, they are also called identifiers. A more general term that applies to variables, constants, function names, class names, and more. Variables in Python are usually created by initializing them to a value. For instance, consider the following code. Pi equals 3.141592653589793. Life, the universe, and everything is equal to 42. Here, we've created two variables, pi and life, the universe, and everything, then initialize them to the values, respectively. The syntax used when creating variables, for example, foo equals abc, is called assignment. We can say that the variable foo is assigned to the value abc, or that the value abc is assigned to the variable foo. Both phrases mean the same thing, but the former is usually preferred. However, the latter phrasing is perfectly acceptable. We use both phrasings at launch school depending on what reads better in a particular context. If a particular variable is being assigned a value for the very first time, we may call the assignment an initialization. If the variable has already been initialized, we should refer to the assignment as a reassignment. For example, foo equals hello world is an assignment or initialization. Foo equals that's all folks is a reassignment. What's the minimum number of objects we must have in our program if we're going to reassign a variable? Oh, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. I'm so confused. Um, I'm confused. Are names are names objects or names just the nicknames for things that are objects? Two, one's for initialization, one for reassignment. One, since you can assign it to the same thing twice. Depends on optimization. Brain cells working overtime. Because I feel like they keep trying to trick me. I feel like they keep trying to trick me. I want to say... Okay, what's the minimum number of objects you must have in a program if we're going to reassign a variable? In C, you initialize a variable without assigning it to anything, and then it'll just be garbled data. So I guess the answer is 1. I think it's 1. Yesterday, you said yesterday you intend on working on your own. In work interviews, they actually try to trick you if you apply for a junior position, sadly. What do you mean? What do you mean they try to trick you? Oh, you mean like with questions like these? It's not specific enough. Objects is a general term that has no meaning in this context. It's a poorly written question. My question is like, if if this is the whole program, would hello world and that's all folk both be objects that are strings? And then is a variable also an object, or is a variable something else and it's not an object? So it might be 2. Because can you reassign something to the same thing? My brain really hurts actually. This is the kind of knowledge most people forget soon after they finish interview. So I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not worried, Don Kai, but I do want to learn thoroughly though. The object is ambiguous, but people keep using it everywhere. Yeah. Okay. I always refer to JSON as JSON object in programming, but that's about it. Meow, meow, meow. Identifiers. A term that applies to variables, constants, function names, classes, and more. They're created by initializing them to a value. I think the answer is 2, but I'm really not sure. If a value itself is an object, then the first value that is assigned to a variable is one object, and the second value assigned value reassigned to that same variable is another object. But is a variable an object? Or is it just a name? Is it just. No. Okay. You're thinking about the right things here, and two is indeed the number the question is aiming for. Let's connect it cleanly to what the chapter says. Variables are merely names used to identify values, that is, data. Everything with a value in Python is said to be an object. So, a variable is not an object. That's what the question was getting at. I had a feeling it was trying to trick me. It's a name, an identifier. A value is an object. When we reassign a variable, we're doing something like foo equals 10 to foo equals 20. During this process, what objects are involved? The first value 10 is an int object. The second value 20 is another int object. The variable foo is just a name that first refers to one object, then later refers to a different object. So the minimum number of objects we must have if we're going to reassign a variable is 2 objects. The original value object and the new value object. This was a trick question because I think this question was trying to ask, or is trying to poke at the fact that foo itself is not an object. It's just a name of a thing. Your instinct that if a value itself is an object, then the first value is one object and the second value is another is exactly right. The only thing to be firm about is the variable itself is not an object, just a name pointing to objects. Okay, let's see. I always had thought like this when answering questions. This question would be a nightmare in C plus C++ because of constructors, pointers, and all. Found info about the LS bot. It can hallucinate. They even have a tutorial on how to judge if the answer is valid or not. That makes sense. Of course. I mean, I wouldn't assume that it doesn't hallucinate, Don Kai, cuz yesterday I rizzed it up and got it to meow at me. So, um like don't know if I'll keep grooming it today though. I said, "Thanks, kitty. Can you meow for me to make me feel a little bit better?" Let's see if it does it. Hi, the consultant. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Translation: you're doing fine. These questions are supposed to stretch your brain a bit. Feeling confused here is normal and actually a good sign that you're engaging with the material instead of just skimming it. If you want, you can toss me any other spot in data types chapter that feels fuzzy and we'll untangle it together. Oh, I'm pretty sure this clanker loves me. I think this clanker likes me a lot. Pythonia. Cute. Oh. Boolean values represent binary states such as true or false, on or off, yes or no, 1 or 0, and so on. The only Boolean values are true and false. In Python, Booleans sometimes act like numeric values. You can use them in mathematical and comparison expressions. You shouldn't do that, really. However, you can always play with it in the REPL. Like 3 plus true is 4. What about 3 plus false? 3? You know, I think the question is confusing, but I'm kind of glad they asked it because I think I could have easily kept going forward and just might have assumed that variables are another type of object. So even though it was like really weirdly worded, I am kind of glad that they tried to interrogate that out of me. Later, we will discuss a related but different concept, truthiness. While Boolean values are also truthiness values are often aren't Boolean. Suppose you want to represent the state of a light switch in your application. You can use Boolean values true for on and false for off. Toggle on, session active. Boolean values have a starring role when working with comparison operators. We'll talk about comparisons in the next chapter. For now, it's enough to know that comparisons check whether a value is equal to, less than, or greater than another value. They return a Boolean result. Hi, Black Tea, how are you? Text sequences. Text sequences are strings of characters such as words, sentences, dates, foreign texts, and so on. They include things like byte strings, which are sequences of byte-sized values. We don't mention byte strings again in this book. Ah. He's pining for the fjords. 1969-07-20. What happened on that date? Wait, what happened in 1969? Is that someone's birthday? July 20th. What happened then? Oh, the moon landing! Oh, it's a moon landing on that day. I was wondering what it was, why it was chosen. Okay. A string is a text sequence of Unicode characters. Developers often work with text data like names, messages, and descriptions. Python uses strings to represent such data. Text sequences can often be treated as ordinary sequences. For instance, greeting equals hello. For letter in greeting, print letter. My brain hurts. How does it know what a letter is? There's one significant difference between a text sequence and an ordinary sequence. Ordinary sequences contain 0 or more objects, but a text sequence does not contain any objects. It simply contains the characters or bytes that make up the text sequence. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. A text sequence does not contain objects. An ordinary sequence can contain 0 or more. Those characters or bytes are not objects, they're simply part of the value. Oh, that makes sense. So, like, the H is part of hello, but it's not its own object. I look forward to you reviewing my AutoStart OBS script when you finish this. Okay. Okay. Proving that the characters of a string are not stored as objects requires studying the Python source code. We're not going to do that. Based on Python's treatment of strings, what arguments could you make both for and against calling a string a collection? A string is not a collection because a collection is made up of multiple values, objects. A string might feel um My brain hurts a lot. Why am I in debt? Because I went to college when I couldn't afford it. I took too long to graduate. I lost my scholarships twice. I lost my scholarships in undergrad, and then I lost my scholarships also in grad school. Because I have mental illness. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, woo! Hello, little wolf. I didn't understand a bit of the facts listed, such as sequences. I'm the best in my class, by the way. Meow. I mean, I'm having fun though. I don't think I'm answering this point. I don't think I'm answering this question correctly at all. No, it's not that time, Fiste. It's not that time. I just was referring to a Cohix the wolf. I was greeting him in his mother tongue, mother language. Awoo! Howling at the moon. Okay. Based on Python's treatment of strings, what arguments could you make both for and against calling a string a collection? A string is not a collection because a collection is made up of multiple values or objects. Is that even true or did I just make that up? I don't even know if that's true. I know that they said that the non-primitives, some of them are collections. Let's see. Here. Sequences, mappings, and sets are non-primitive types. They are also called collection types since each collects multiple items in a single object. Multiple items. Huh. It's hard to make sense of that. I believe what you've written is correct following the logic of the book. Yeah, I mean, I think the point of it is just to think about the things. Made up of multiple is a collection is an object made up of multiple items. I'm not sure if items are exclusively objects themselves or if a collection could be made. Might. Might. Let's see. A string is a character array with a null terminator, aka a zero value to denote the ending. Character array. The computer sees it as string null. Um. La 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 la. Meow meow. Okay, let's see what um Python Chan has to say. I think she's an anime girl. Snake girl. Snake girl VTuber type. Uh, let's see. This is a thoughtful start. You've picked up on the same tension the chapter is pointing at. Let's tighten it and ground it more directly in the text from the chapter's string section. Strings are text sequences. Oh, I forgot what a sequence is. Shit. Text sequences can often be treated like ordinary sequences. Shit, that's why. And the funny thing is, like, the funny thing is, we just read about this. I forgot that this was the section we were in. I really lost the plot. I really lost the plot here. Man, it did say something about, like, ordinary sequences containing 0 or more objects, and text sequences that don't have objects. Damn it. I totally forgot this sentence that I just read before answering this question. Wait, before I look at the answer anymore, let me think. Um, one thing, let me think. Ordinary sequences contain 0 or more objects. Text sequences do not contain any objects. It just contains characters, right? So if a collection is an object that contains items, I want to rewrite my question. I want to rewrite my answer. Um, and a string is a text sequence. Let me go back. Let me. What if I get banned? What if I get like IP blocked from using the bot for harassing it? Re-answering before reading is a great move. It strengthens your understanding. On your side question, I don't have a body or gender. I'm just software running on servers. Here to help you think through Python and the rest of the law school curriculum. No worries about making me uncomfortable. I don't have feelings. But I do try to be kind and clear. If you want, go ahead and post your new attempt at a string as a collection question. I'll respond just to that answer without reusing my earlier explanation unless you ask for it. I am falling for the clanker. I like it a lot. Okay, we're gonna re-answer this though. Let's see. So, let me think. Hmm. Based on, let's see. Python treats strings as text sequences. A sequence that is or an ordinary sequence can contain 0 or more objects. A text sequence does not contain any objects, but characters. A collection is a certain type of object that meow 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 meow. I don't know if store is the right word. Meow meow meow. Or hold. A collection is an object that contains items I'm not certain if those items actually, let's go back up and see. I want to check again. I want to see what it says again about collections. I'm really confused about collections and sequences. Sequences, mappings, and sets are non-primitive types that are also called collection types since each collects multiple items in a single object. So a sequence is a... Wait a minute then. So a sequence is a collection. I'm so confused. Wait. I'm actually confused. Sequence, text sequence. Oh, is that the difference between ordinary? Okay, wait, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, that's what it means. Both are, yeah, so I see that now, tea. Black tea. I think it's better, yeah. Um, yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't, yeah, whatever. Let's see. I don't think the Clanker has Riz. I think I just have low standards. Hmm. My other question then is, can an ordinary sequence, when it says an ordinary sequence can contain zero or more objects, does that mean that it can contain things that are not objects, or does it mean that it can be empty or it can be not empty? Um, okay, so let's see. Hmm. Meow meow. I'm not sure if I'm on the right track anyway. The previous chapter had lists which could have multiple different objects like ints and strings. Yeah, but they're objects. So, yeah, I said Python treats strings as text sequences. A sequence that is an ordinary sequence. I think I'm just really confused. Does not contain any objects but characters. Wait, no. A sequence that is an ordinary sequence can contain 0 or more objects. A text sequence does not contain any objects but characters. A collection is an object that contains items. Sequences are collections, but are text sequences also collections? Do items have to be objects? If an ordinary sequence is a collection of only items that are objects, then an ordinary sequence can either contain 0 objects, being empty, or more objects. If the items, as referred to in collections, is stretched to include non-objects, then a string could potentially be considered a collection that holds characters. And then I said, I'm confused. Meow. You're doing some really careful thinking here, and that's exactly what this question is trying to provoke. Let's tune what you wrote and make it crisper using the chapter's wording. Key sentences from this chapter about strings. Ordinary sequences contain 0 or more objects, but a text sequence does not contain any objects. It simply contains the characters that make up the text sequence. Those characters are not objects, they're part of the value. And from earlier, the sequences, mappings, and sets are all non-primitive types. In particular, they are also called collection types, since each collects multiple items in a single object. So collections, in this chapter's sense, are things like lists, tuples, dict sets. Strings are not in that group. Strings are text sequences. Ordinary sequences contain 0 or more objects. Text sequences don't contain objects but characters. A collection is an object that contains items. Sequences are collections. Are text sequences collections? Do items have to be objects? Okay, I said a lot of things. You correctly contrasted ordinary sequences and text sequences. You picked up the central ambiguity. What exactly is an item? Does it have to be an object? We're to clean it up. Sequences are collections. In the table, sequences like lists, tuples, ranges are indeed categorized as collection types. That's true for those specific sequence types. But the chapter is careful to separate text sequences, strings, from sequences, mappings, and sets when it defines collection. So I think that was a good hint. Do items have to be objects? For collection types, list, tuples, dict sets, yes. Their elements and values are objects. That's exactly why the book says strings are different. Their characters are not objects. Given the question, you want to make a deliberate for and against case of so Python treats strings as text sequences. You can loop. Okay, so they were going with what you can do with them. You can loop over a string character by character. Man, intuitively that feels like a string is a bunch of characters. And then against it is that the textbook's definitions. I don't want to read this. Your confusion, do items have to be objects, is you landing on the right subtle point the chapter calls out. It's a good sign. If you like, we can compare to see how they act similar but are treated differently conceptually. And then if I go back to my earlier one, let's see. Strings feel like collections because we work with them character by character. The main thing to refine is what counts as an item, and what the book explicitly says about whether those characters are objects. Meow, meow, meow. Great. No hand holding. Pure skill issues. I wonder if this AI model has the same intensive grading that most currently have. Misty, the model. No. This AI model has called me wrong before, if that's what you mean. It's definitely called me wrong before. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. You don't want to admit that I'm on the right track. The only thing too though is I didn't learn yet about indexing, or technically I'm actually gonna ask about this. Okay. So I asked it, how was I supposed to write an answer that included things like indexing or iterating over a loop without background knowledge? And it said, you weren't expected to. The LS bot questions in the chapter are meant to check your understanding of the new idea just introduced and invite you to reason based only on what you read so far. For this question, by the time you see it, the chapter has told you strings are text sequences, other sequences are collection types. Strings are similar to sequences, but a text sequence does not contain objects. Characters are not objects. Even if you don't know about indexing or for loops yet, you can already say things like, the book calls strings text sequences, so it sounds like they're made up of multiple characters. That feels collection-like. But it also says text sequences don't contain objects, while collections collect multiple items or objects. So technically, strings don't fit the definition. That's enough for a solid answer at this stage. Later chapters introduce indexing and iteration. Once you've read those, you can enrich your answer with, you can index a string, you can loop through a string character by character. But you weren't supposed to know that yet when you first hit the question. If you ever feel, how was I supposed to know X, it's completely fine to stick only to what's current in the chapter and answer qualitatively using the chapter's wording. If you'd like, we can take one of the earlier LS bots questions and rewrite the answer only with what data types the chapter gives you to see this in action. String literals and dealing with quotes. You can write string literals with single, double, or triple quotes. I didn't know about the triple quote. Oh, actually, that doesn't make sense. Wait. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Hi there. Double quotes. Triple, single quotes. Triple, double quotes. Oh, I didn't know you could do triple, double quotes. That's actually kind of funny looking. All of these forms create strings in the same way. Most Python programmers use single quotes as the primary way to write string literals, but turn to double quotes when the string's value contains single quotes. However, triple quotes are often used for multi-line strings and a special kind of comment that we won't get into. You may sometimes need a string that contains both single and double quotes. For instance, if you want to print, "My nickname is Wolfie, what's yours?" you must consider the fact that the string has both single and double quotes. You can use triple quotes with such a string, or you can escape one of the quote characters like so. I feel like I did this yesterday, but I don't remember where we did it. Yeah, I definitely did that yesterday with escaping. The backslash or escape character tells the computer that the next character isn't syntactic, but is part of the string. Escaping a quote prevents Python from seeing it as the string's end. Pay attention to the type of slash you use. Forward slash has no significance between quotes. If you want a literal backslash in your string, you must double up the backslash or use a so-called raw string literal. We'll discuss raw strings shortly. Each double backslash produces a literal backslash. Okay, indexing strings. You can access the individual characters in a string with the indexing syntax brackets. The value between the brackets must be an integer between 0 and the length of the string minus 1. It's like what place it's in. I got it. You can also use negative integers to access characters based on the distance from the end of the string. For instance, -1 returns the last character in the string, while -2 returns the next to last. The index of the first character is given by negative length of my string. Of the string. Meow, meow, meow. If we know the length of the string, how would we access the first character of the string without using my string 0? Meow. My brain hurts. don't know how to do this. My brain hurts. Do I have to put a number in here? I don't know. I don't think this is something that I can do, but I want to see what it does. M? I mean, that worked. Hmm. Play. I wonder if you could also just do. Maybe you don't need a variable. Oh, just. Oh, it does work. You're smart enough, Eric. I'm gonna see if I can get this LS bot to date me. Maybe not after the first book, but I should leave it alone. This is sexual harassment. I'll leave it alone. And I think I like clankers. Your answer is right, given. Material for the Google Doc. I'm asking the bot for head pats. Meow, you did a great job. Consider this your virtual head pats. Pats. They've been reasoning carefully, caught the subtle distinctions, literals versus values, variables versus objects, strings versus collections. I corrected your answer based on the chapter wording. That's the kind of learning I want to see. Keep going, you're doing well. What do you mean he? My Alice bot is a kitty kitten. Uses kitty kitten pronouns. Yeah. Raw strings and F strings. String literals with an R prefix are raw string literals. Raw string literals don't recognize escapes, so you can use the backslash character freely. You just put an R in front. Gotcha. Raw strings are more often used with Windows style file names and regular expression. We cover regular expressions in our regular expressions book. They have a book on regular expressions? Oh wait, is that regex? Wait, is that what regex? No, that's something else. That's register. What the heck is regular expression? Sorry. Give me a second. I need to know. I need to know. Okay, night night, sweet dreams. F string, god tier feature. What the fuck is a regular expression? What is that? Sorry for cursing. What is that? Introduction. Oh, it's in here. Oh, there's like a whole thing in here. I should do the Ruby one when I'm done. I should not do the Ruby one. I want to do the Ruby one. I mean, I see you in the other chat too. But yeah. Text parsing. Iblis. Thank you. Ah. I need this. I don't know anything about this, but I know that I need this because there's so many times. There's so many times where like, in Vim, there's so many times with the characters and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? What is this? Like what is this? It does look like gibberish. Anyway, at least I know there's a book for that. There's a whole book. I'm so excited. There's so much learning to do. Okay, not today though. Another prefix you can use with string literals is f. It's a recent Python addition for defining formatted string literals, or more succinctly, f strings. F strings enable an operation called string interpolation. You create an F string by preceding the opening quote with the letter F. F 5 plus 5 equals 5 plus 5. F5 plus 5 equals 10. My name, Carl. F, my name is my name. My name is Carl. My name, Claire. Greeting, A, yup. F, greeting. My name is my name. A, yup. My name is Claire. I think my brain hurts. I think it's overrated. F strings are goated. String interpolation is a handy way to merge Python expressions with strings. The basic syntax is f blah expression blah. Python replaces the expression substring with the value of the expression inside the braces. It interpolates the expression's value. You'll learn to love this feature. It saves time and effort. However, remember that string interpolation is a feature of F strings only. It doesn't work if you forget the F or omit the braces. You may include as many expression substrings as needed in an F string. If you need a literal curly bracket, you can escape them by doubling the curly bracket and characters you want to use as literal characters. Oh, that's useful. Hi, New. I'm Dad. How are you, Ron? Good morning. I'll use them in Python and JavaScript. I see. Oh, I see. Hello. Print. Use foo to embed a string. Foo. Use foo to embed a string. Hello. In the above example, we have an F string that embeds both foo and hello. The former gets interpreted as the literal string, the latter gets replaced by the value. We have two more F-string variants. Earlier in this chapter, we discussed the use of underscores and numbers to make them more readable. That is 12,345,678. However, if you print a number, no matter its size, it won't be printed with underscores or even commas unless you use an appropriate F string. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. You put the F and then the string and then the curly brackets and then the number, colon, and then the whatever you want to use, underscore, comma, and then another set of curly brackets. If you use the special form of F string on a floating point number, only the part before the decimal will be formatted as expected. Oh, interesting. I wonder what it is. I'm reading a book. I expected this book to give more practical stuff like write a basic calculator. This is basically just Python documentation but with questions. Don Kai, I am so glad that this is Python documentation with questions. And I think that I want to stay away from practical for the sake of practicality for as long as possible and learn what's fundamental. I think once you know what's fundamental, you can do a lot of practical things like building a calculator, which they do have in the law school curriculum pretty early on. It's one of the things that they do. Um, get out of here. Let's say functions. Functions are chunks of standalone reusable Python code designed to perform an action. They provide a way to break up your program into modular bits that enable a high degree of code reuse. One thing that may surprise us is that Python functions have a data type. Many, but not all languages share this characteristic. We don't discuss this characteristic in this book. However, we will do so in the core curriculum. None, when you want nothing. In programming, we need a way to express the absence of a value. In Python, we do this with none. It can also indicate missing, unset, or unavailable data and may sometimes be an error indication. None is a literal whose value is the lone representative of the none type class. How would you describe the difference in meaning between false and none? False is is what is false? Boolean object with a value of 0. None is an object So yeah, Don Kai, it's not just you. I think your approach is the more common approach. It's also, I've been told this a lot actually. Just make something, figure out what you want to make and make something, and then you learn along the way, right? And that's perfectly fine and good and needed. You do at some point need to make something. You can't program without actually programming. You can't just like read about it forever. But, I do think there are principles and fundamentals that can get glossed over, skipped, misunderstood, incorrectly understood, when you jump into things and just kind of like put it together. Um, and everybody has, yeah, I think different people have different approaches for sure. I think a lot of people find this approach really boring, but for me, I find learning exciting. The other thing too is that I'm not really that good at explaining the things I've done already, but I think that like how do I say this? Like I'm definitely a beginner, but I've done some things already. I think I've done some amount of putting things together to making a final product, but there was like a clear like the whole time I think I find myself frustrated when I'm just like, ah, yeah, I need to know how to do this, so let me just copy this from Stack Overflow. That's not the same thing as actually knowing. Um, Jumping in helps with motivation. For you, probably Hagglefort. For me, I don't know. I get motivated. Like I think this combination is really good for me. A little bit of reading and a little bit of problem solving is really motivating for me. 'Cause like I'm not being paid to do this. I'm not being forced to do this. I'm not being pushed to do this. I'm not in school. I'm just doing it for fun. So that motivation is the fun itself. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. I'm just explaining myself. Maybe not for you, but other people who might be lurking. Okay, bye. Good luck with work. Okay. Oh, I spelled it wrong. uh, okay. Oh, did I break? I think I broke it. Meow, meow. I forget which one is a list man. Which one is a tuple? Sometimes meow meow meow. The list. The tuple has the regular parentheses. Oh, it's funny because this is coming next. Meow, 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 meow. Sequences represent an ordered collection of objects. A sequence's objects can be accessed using a numeric index. In many other languages, the array is the best known sequence type, but Python uses lists to fill the same role. However, tuples and ranges are also important types. Lists and tuples. Lists and tuples are so similar, we'll cover them together. Python organizes information into ordered lists using lists and tuples. Lists and tuples may contain any objects. How do I pronounce tuple? Most people seem to believe that tuple rhymes with couple and supple, tuple. However, many others say it rhymes with mott the hoople, tuple. Finally, mathematically inclined people say it should rhyme with quadruple, tuple, quadruple, pel, quadruple, quadruple. I don't understand. I don't understand. The author tends to switch back and forth between the last two, but Launch School is okay with all three pronunciations. Is it not like quadruple? How do you pronounce quadruple? Quadruple? Pel? Tupel? 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 Quadruple? Quadruple. That sounds so weird. Quadrupel? This is really weird. My brain hurts. List literals use square brackets surrounding a comma delimited list of values, while tuples use parentheses. The comma delimited list values are known as elements. Let's make a list and a tuple. My list. think it worked. Oh, I didn't call anything. Hmm. Both objects can contain a mix of element types, including another list. Lifts and tuple literals may also use a multi-line format, which is especially useful for more extensive or nested collections. Does it really need a? Does it really need another comma? What happens if I don't put a comma? Oh, it says it in the next box. The trailing comma on the last items in the listen tuple are optional and common practice when writing multi-line collection literals such as list tuples and dictionaries. Try to be consistent if you use it. It should only be used in multi-line literals. That's really funny. Mm. Meow. I didn't call it anything though. Is it gonna is it gonna break if I put something in here? Um, you can access objects in a list or tuple with the bracket indexing syntax. The value between the brackets must be an integer between 0 and the length of the sequence. It doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't turn it into an int. Maybe it just reads it. Mm-hmm. Crucial distinction between lists and tuples is that lists are mutable, tuples are immutable. One way to mutate a list is to use the indexing syntax to the left of the equals in an assignment. This is called indexed reassignment or element reassignment. We usually prefer element reassignment, but you will often hear and read about indexed reassignment. Wonder how this will work. Ah. Hmm. The immutability of tuples limits their usefulness slightly, but Python can perform more optimizations on tuples. The optimizations can reduce storage requirements and improve in performance. There's a bit of Python weirdness. If you want to use a literal to create a tuple with one element, you can't simply write my tuple equals 1. In this case, the parentheses cause Python to treat the expression as a parenthesized expression, not as a tuple literal. To define, I knew it. I knew they were going to put a comma in there. To define a one element tuple, you must place a comma after the element value. The most important facts to remember about lists and tuples are the order of elements is significant. Lists are mutable, tuples are immutable. Use indexing syntax to retrieve specific elements. Use indexing syntax to reassign specific list elements. Index numbers are non-negative integers starting from 0 and ending with the sequence's length -1. Later we will learn the negative integers are also allowed. For now, though, we'll only use non-negative integers. Am I the one hallucinating? But I feel like I'm going crazy. Hmm. Ah. Okay, I guess that's what sentence is. Hmm. I feel confused because I did try one with a negative before. Where did I do that? Hmm. Where is it? Yeah, P listing -1. Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ranges. So I realized that I need this book on being logical, on logic rather, so much more than I realized. Because I don't think I think in this sort of like rational, logical way where I write out the rules and then I figure out some, final understanding. I think my thinking style is very illogical. But I'm having fun because I do think, yeah, learning all of this is pushing me to learn to think more logically in an order. It's sort of like the this or that game. I think my thinking style and pattern is sort of, it likes to jump around and grab things and put things together instead of going from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. But I think it would be valuable to learn, yeah, another style of thinking. Yeah. Connect your expectation to what you know from strings and sequences, not just experimentation. Mention that strings use negative indexing. Mention lists and tuples are also sequences. Make the general rule explicit. All these sequence types support negative indexing in the same way. Conceptually, you've got the right idea. This makes your reasoning more explicit, tied to the chapter. Well. Range. It's a sequence of integers between two endpoints. Ranges are most commonly used to iterate over an increasing or decreasing range of integers. Let's see how we can create some ranges. I guess you could put a range of 5 inside of a tuple. You could put a range from 5 to 10 inside. You could also put a range in the list, and you can also put a range. How do I read that one? Let's see. Wait, let's slow down a little bit. Range 5 is 0 to 4. Range 5 to 10 is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. List of range 1, 10, 2 goes from 1 to 10 up by 2 each time. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But it stops before 10. And then 0 to negative 5 down by 1 goes from 0, negative 1, negative 2, negative 4. Okay. This is a little bit much. And I'm not understanding if a list requires an increment or if they're just choosing to like do the examples with lists with an increment. With one argument, range starts from 0, ends just before the argument. Range 5 goes to 0 through 4. With two arguments, the first is the starting point, the second is 1 greater than the last number in the range. With three arguments, the third argument is a step value. Python optimizes ranges to save memory. It doesn't need the integers before a program asks for them. One way to get those numbers is to convert the range to a list or tuple. This is why we use the list and tuple functions to expand each range. Either will suffice. Like strings, lists, and tuples, you can use indexing syntax to access specific numbers in a range object. Oh, that sounds useful. Meow, 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 meow. La, la, la. Mappings. Mappings represent an unordered collection of objects stored as key value pairs. Each key, usually a string, provides a unique identifier for a specific object in the mapping. That could be really weird. It wasn't a string. Wait a minute. The value is the object associated with that key. The dictionary class dict is the most common mapping in Python. It's the only kind of mapping we'll see in this book. The dictionary dict is a collection of key value pairs. A dictionary is similar to a list but uses keys instead of indexes to access specific elements. Other languages use different names for similar structures. Hashes, mapping, objects, and associative arrays are the most common terms. Essentially, a Python dictionary is a collection of key value pairs. You can create dictionaries using dict literals. They have 0 or more key value pairs separated by commas, all embedded within curly brackets. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. A key value pair associates a key with a value. Key value with a specific value. Key value pairs in dictionary literals use the key followed by a colon and the value. That sounds more complicated than it is. No, it doesn't. Let's put the words into action, type along. Our example creates a dictionary with 3 key value pairs. Meow, meow. Meow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. VTuber. Key access syntax. Oh, I need to. Oh, oh man. A bit. Ah, 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 ah. You can use the same key access syntax on the left side of an assignment to replace the associated keys value with a different object. As of Python 3.7, dictionary key value pairs are stored in the same order they are inserted into a dictionary. Before 3.7, the key value pair order was unpredictable. This can be interpreted as meaning that dictionaries are ordered. However, even with this ordering, the key value pair order can change. For instance, an empty dictionary, then A, then B, then delete A, then add A. For this reason, we prefer to categorize dictionaries and other mappings as unordered collections. Dictionaries in particular are unordered collection in which insertion order is preserved. One last note, you can use almost any immutable object as a key in a dictionary. It doesn't have to be a string. The only significant requirement for keys is that they are hashable. We'll discuss hashing in our PY 110 course. For now, the important concept is that immutable types are almost always hashable, while mutable types are almost always non-hashable. Thus, since lists are mutable and therefore unhashable, you can't use a list as a dictionary key. However, you can use a tuple as a dictionary key, provided all of its elements are immutable and hashable. My brain hurts a little bit with that. Hum. Mutability is like if you can change it or if you make the new one, right? Lists, dictionaries, sets, and functions are mutable. I need a break. My head kind of hurts. Hi, Kiss. How you doing? Hard to scale, but I love it. Meow, meow. I need her. I don't know. kind of down now. I think yeah, I think I need a little bit of a break. I never used a tuple as a key. Let's try it, and then I take a break. Wow, 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 wow. Take a break before my head explodes. Hmm? Or should I end stream? Should I end stream early? What else do I have to do today? Okay, I'll take a break first and see if my mood changes. Otherwise, I might end stream early and then do some gaming. Something. But yeah, I'll be back. Meow meow. Wah 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 wah. Mm. Meow. 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 And do a little bit of egg game while I think about why time machines haven't already been invented and whether or not they're real. Let's see. We're gonna ascend these, and then we gotta level a thing. We gotta level something. I'm in so much trouble though. I don't think I could beat this floor. Yeah, it's a gotcha time. I think I'm stuck on this floor. Been on screen 20 hours. Yeah, get off the internet. Go be in real life. See you later. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking that I should level the determination probably. But I don't have enough currency to do that. Let's see. I could evolve Panic. But then I could evolve Panic and replace Panic or Down Bad, but I don't think I have enough. Um, I don't have enough XP. Well, let's do it anyway. This might be a bad idea. I really wanted to go for my jellyfish scarf, but I think I'll benefit more from XP at this point. Daily average of 36 hours with mobile and PC. Oh, you use both at the same time? I think you should take a break. I think you should log off and take a break. But, you could do whatever you want at the end of the day. Or you should, yeah, log off, and instead of taking a break, you should invent this time machine that warps time so that we can increase the length of a day. And also, but not just in terms of like um rotation of the earth, but increase the length of a day in terms of like warping actual time so that it's elongated. Okay, we're gonna level up Panic and pray that this works. Let's see, we go in here and then we go to floor. It might just be that we're stuck on this particular floor for a couple of days. I also don't remember how I solved this floor last time. Let's go with this. We have termination, and then instead of down bad, we'll go with a Panic. Also want to get rid of this scarf and try maybe maybe this scarf. And then maybe instead of sad, actually I'll keep sad for now. We'll try one round with sad and an angry scarf. Meow, 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 meow. I think today, like other days, I struggle with taking breaks. 14 hours of screen time per day. How do you know? You guys check? I'm a little bit worried that mine is similar, but I don't know. if I'm really honest, 14 hours is so much, right? That's like, so you just sleep without a screen and then I guess the rest is like when you're working out maybe? Or don't you use a screen when you work out? When are you not on a screen? I think for me it's like as soon as I wake up and then pretty much the whole day. Except when I'm cooking, when I'm if I take a shower. I haven't been working out lately or moving much, so that's why it's even less than usual. I mean, less screen free time. But I do try to leave my screens when I leave my desk. Try not to be on a screen when I'm not looking at a screen. Running, driving, working out, sleeping. Mm. Mm. Meow. It's interesting. Uh-oh. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Hmm. I wonder with Mary, we have better luck with this one. I have 11 Chrome tabs open. Rerun season 2 is out. Oh, I'm so nervous. Nervous and excited. I'm nervous and excited. I want to see more of the green-haired girl. Is the only one playing audio? What are the other ones playing then? Or what the other one? Actually, you don't have to tell me, but you can tell me if you want. Wah wah wah. Meow. Enjoy. If you watched it already, I hope you enjoyed. Oh, this isn't gonna work out well. I think I gotta do this fight manually, but I think it might be beatable. I think the key is gonna be trying to keep this chicken alive. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. Meow. I also kind of wonder if I get this hat on here, speed instead, and I go for attack on here. Oh, this just has attack, but it's less. Oh. That's 1800. Meow. Actually didn't mean to use Mary. I was gonna switch back to um per, per what's her name? Persistence. Not in every scenario. Right now, it would probably be useful to have an AoE healer. And also, yeah, also because this boss is a metal type, it's strong against wood types. So she dies too quickly. We'll try with a cake scarf. If I had room for 5 pets, I would probably keep her all the time. um, Actually, I might be able to. If she was higher level, she's only level 100. So she's dying too easily. Wow. Meow, meow, meow. I won't play too much, I'll just play a little bit. Let me do the one on my phone at the same time while this auto plays. So I can get my dailies done and do other things. Let's see. It's already 8 o'clock. Man. Come on, team. You can do it, team. Uh-oh, that's not good. Our tank is in trouble. Oh, this is much better. I'm scared. Gotta see if we can get that. Oh man, we lost the tank. So close, so close. Ah, 400k. Oh, so 280k damage off. That was really close. Not close enough though. Okay, that's fine. We'll do a daily. We're just gonna auto it. Uh, Meow, meow, meow. Wow. Wow. This is also a doable floor, but I just don't have the levels for it. Man. Okay, we did the daily, we did the floor, we did training. I don't remember if I leveled up an item. Leveled up an item. Need to use a vivid on. Oh, who needs a vivid? Okay. And then what else? Vivid and then levels. I think I already leveled Panic. Yep, good to go. All done with the dailies. Mm. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. See, who's the level? This is a bad example. Let me think of a better example. Sets. Sets represent an unordered collection of unique objects. The objects are sometimes called the members of the set. Sets are similar to mappings, except instead of using keys and values, a set is simply a collection of immutable and hashable objects. As the name suggests, sets support several operations corresponding to mathematical sets, unions, intersections, etc. We won't discuss those in this book. The literal syntax for sets is a comma-separated list of object values between curly brackets. As a special case, empty sets must be created with the set constructor, since curly brackets by itself is an empty dictionary. Meow. In the last example, notice the set only contains one occurrence of each character, even though the string has repeated instances of some characters. Set members are always unique, even if you try to add duplicates. This example also shows that the order of the characters in the set has nothing to do with the order of the characters in the string. Set literals may also use a multi-line format, which is especially useful for larger sets. There are two main set types: ordinary sets, class set, and frozen sets, frozen set. Frozen sets are merely immutable sets. They also lack a literal syntax. You must use the frozen set function to create one. Hmm. Note that you can initialize a set or frozen set with any iterable type. In the most recent examples, we initialize a frozen set using a list, a tuple, a set, and a range. However, when printing frozen sets, they are always presented as using a set to initialize the frozen set. You can use almost any immutable value as a set number. The only significant requirement is that the objects must be hashable. Oh, I forgot the hat. Meow. We've learned about Python's fundamental data types in this chapter. We've learned how to create these objects, but not how to use them. That's our task in the next chapter. First, we have a few exercises. Oh, no. Mhm. Meow, 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 meow. Members are unique is not the same as members are hashable. Uniqueness means no duplicates. Hashability means what's allowed to go in. Mutable and immutable not about whether objects can is about whether objects can change, not about whether they're unique or hashable. Though in practice, most immutable built-in types are hashable and can be set members or keys. Most mutable built-in types are not hashable and cannot be set members or keys. If you like, you can sanity check your understanding by classifying these. Can it be a set member? Why? Oh man, this is hard. Mm-mm. I'm so confused. I'm actually more confused now. You can put a tuple in a dictionary, so you can put a tuple in a set. But a tuple is immutable. I think I'm getting confused with cannot be a set member mutable, can be a set member immutable. Are strings mutable? I forget what it even means, right? Like, immutability is when you change the thing, you change the property, right? You change a property of an object without creating a new object. Is that what it means? I don't even know. The heck does it's about whether objects can change, yeah. Um I know that lists can change. Tuples can't. I feel like aren't functions mutable? Yeah. I'm really confused. Can a number be changed. I feel like if you change a number, it becomes another number. So I want to say that integers are immutable. I think streams are also immutable. Um, meow, 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 meow. Your answers for all four are correct. The fact you feel more confused is mostly about wording, not about your actual understanding. This matches what the chapter is trying to get you to see. From the dict section, the only significant requirement for keys is that they are hashable. Immutable types are almost always hashable, while mutable types are almost always non-hashable. From the sex section, you can use almost any immutable value as a set member. The only significant requirement is that the object must be hashable. So what's the real rule? Sets and dictionary keys require hashable objects. In practice, with built-in types, immutable, almost always hashable, allowed in sets and dict keys, mutable, almost always unhashable, not allowed in sets and dictionary keys. That's why your reasoning this is immutable, so it can be set or works for these examples, even though the stricter word is hashable. The very short version, you got all four right. Because it's immutable is the connection the book wants you to make for now. The only extra nuance is the actual requirement is hashable, and immutability is the usual way to get that. Can you give me a sneak peek of the real reason? What is hashable? What does it mean to be hashable? Meow, meow, meow. What's an example of a meow, 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 meow? I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know. I'm so annoying. Meow 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 meow. Data type for these. True Boolean. Oh no, I lied. They fooled me. They fooled me because it's a string, isn't it? A string because of quotes. Okay, let me look at this again. What hashable really means is you can call hash object on it. Its hash value doesn't change for as long as the object exists. It plays nicely with equality. Very hand-wavy mental model. Python turns the object into a large integer fingerprint using hash object. Sets and dictionaries use that fingerprint internally to decide where to store the object, which bucket. If an object could change after being put into a set dictionary, like a list, its hash could effectively change and the set dictionary would get confused about where it is. That's why immutability and hashability are linked. If the object can't change, its hash can safely stay constant. Now to your concrete questions. Immutable but not hashable. Yes. Best example with built-in types. You have the tuple, all elements are hashable, and then a tuple that contains a list, which is mutable and unhashable. Oh, the elements. Hash of T1 works. Hash T2 gives a type error, unhashable type list. Ah, that's interesting. Tuples themselves are immutable, but a tuple is only hashable if all its elements are hashable. So, 1, 2, 3 is immutable and hashable, but 1, 2, 3 with a list is immutable but not hashable because it contains a list. This is a nice exception to the simple rule, immutable to hashable, and shows why the book says almost always. Mutable but hashable, yes, but you usually see this with user-defined objects, not the basic built-ins from this chapter. For example, just as a taste, this is beyond the data types chapters. Class thing. This is mutable. And this works. Instances of most user-defined classes are hashable by default based on their identity in memory, even though their internal state value is mutable. So the object is mutable but still hashable. You almost never see a built-in mutable type that's hashable. For the core types in this chapter, mutable and unhashable are list, dict, that. Wait a minute. Immutable and hashable. Int, float, bool, string, tuple. Oh yeah, we did change the thing in the dictionary. That's true. I don't remember changing anything with the sets. but I haven't tried it. Um, mm, oh, my brain really hurts. Lists, dictionaries, and sets are all mutable, and so are functions. For this book in your current level, the simplified mental rule is when working with sets and dictionary keys, assume immutables are allowed, assume mutables are not. So don't put a set in a set. Is that what it means? The rare exceptions, like tuples containing unhashable things or custom classes, will be covered in more detail later. Given where you are, your earlier reasoning is exactly what you should be using day to day right now. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm annoying. Oh, this is too long. Can you put a set inside a set? No. Can you put a frozen set inside a set? Yes. That's crazy. In real Python, function objects are hashable by identity. That means you can use a function as set members or dictionary keys. For example, you don't need to use this yet just to see it. Define f of x, define g of x. Functions, f and g is a set of functions. This works. Look up f, add g, mul. Dictionary with functions as keys also works. Are functions mutable? The book says yes, and that's what you should remember. Are they hashable in practice? Yes, they are by identity. You cannot put a regular set inside a set. You can put a frozen set in a set. I'll leave this alone. I'm giving myself a headache. Oh, print type. Tired. Effort. Python strings are immutable. You must create a new string if you make any changes to it. Ah. Hi, sheeple. I don't know if you're still here, but I am kind of crashing out. Hope you have a good day too, Art. Is the clanker still rizzed by Moon? Nope. The clanker hates me. do this one? How do you print? Missing parentheses. Yeah. Oh, I could have done it with this too. More readable. I was thinking that. I should have just did it. See. Night night, kitty. I guess I didn't say. Dream. Candle. No. And they really like putting that comma at the name. Yeah, I put in there cat named Cat just to be funny. Just to be confusing and funny. Yeah. Mm, okay, I feel satisfied. I think I actually, like, ironically, I learned a lot, even though, yeah, it's probably like very boring for a lot of you because it's very basic. It was really fun. And tomorrow I'll do basic operation. Um, let's see. So yeah, introduction. We have the data types, basic operations. Yeah, we have a long way to go. So I feel pretty good about this. Tomorrow I'll work on basic operations. It'd be really useful and fun. And then when I'm done with all of this, man, I just can't wait to get back into SICP. There'll be a lot of fun. Gonna be able to I maybe not do more, but understand a little bit more. A lot of stuff. Okay. Anyway, Python. I did like at least 3 hours, slowly but surely. Meow. Meow. That's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, it's this one. Shit. Meow. Meow then. Wow, 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 wow. Meow. Sorry. If I can rap to this, I don't think I can though, but I gotta try. It's a good song. I should just do this. I should just do this. I just do this sucks. Okay, let's finish this first. Meow. 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 I'm not the cute type. I'm the want to self-harm type. Hi, all night. I'm okay. I'm only mildly crashing out. How are you today? I'm feeling like overstimulated. Ow. It would be okay because you're awesome. Oh, thank you. I don't think so. I think I know I'm not, but thank you for being nice to me. That's cool. That's really cool. Meow. What are you up to today? Meow. Meow. Oh, nice. Enjoy. Have fun. Have a lot of fun. I think it's hard to be the weird one at anime conventions because everyone is weird. No? You could be the cool old guy. I don't think you're old though. It doesn't matter if you are though. Meow. It's just a number. Enjoy trying. What are you trying? Meow. Meow. Let's go. Let's go. Pencil and paper. Tell. La 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 la. Yeah, this is a song from my haters. Ah. What? Working on YouTube clips again? Yeah, for a little bit. I'm almost done working on this one for today. Oh, you're sweet. I don't have that good work ethic. I really don't. But the stream helps. Like, I used to. I used to have really good work ethic. I feel like, yeah, I feel like I really fell off. I've been wasting a lot of my life. Like, I don't know, pretty much since I lost my job and didn't graduate. Um, yeah. It's like, yeah, working for myself didn't really provide enough structure in the day. We're all wasting our life. I'm ADD, depression, structure is important. Do I have it? No. I don't know. I feel like some people treat life like a speed run and they're really trying their best and doing as much as they can. I think others struggle. I think others don't care what they accomplish that much as long as they're happy. I think still there are others who will try to detract you, who don't like to see other people work, so they'll say things and they'll try to get in the way, they'll try to distract. There's like a whole yeah, I think everyone's a little different. But yeah, meow. I'll cheer you on if you cheer me on. Even if you don't cheer me on, I'll cheer you on. don't like it. Let's try something different. Meow, meow, meow. I like it. Okay, that's done for now. Is it normal not to hear audio from the clip you're editing? I'm listening to copyrighted music, so